If it's summertime where you're at, it's probably really nice. If you're, you know, in Australia, it's winter. Yeah, days are really short there in Australia right now. Super short. I don't like the winter days, man. I mean, it's nice. It's a reset. I think that was whole planned out uh, by the creator, and said, "Hey, man, you got to have some downtime, man. And winter's a really good time to have some downtime, man. Just reset, re-energize, reboot. Think about what you're doing, and it's a beautiful thing that winter. I love summer. And the hot days, man. Whew, especially where I'm at. And there's not a lot of clothing needed, very little. And that's cool. Yeah, you don't have to do as much laundry, you know. So shorts and a t-shirt, and it's pretty quick. So yeah, I like that about summer. And I like swimming. I don't know if you guys like swimming, but it's the best time to do it in the summer. Kind of hard to do that shit in the winter. Too cold, man. Way too cold. Yeah, yeah. Just throw them in. Let's do the bank. You just throw it on the floor there, so everybody going through the museum will look at it and go, "What the flat Earth? What? Flat and stationary plane?" I like that. Anyway, is there a way to wake everybody up to the realization that they're stationary? I don't know, man. I don't know if I got the answers for that one. Anyway, if the president came out and said, "Hey, man, the Earth's flat," and sorry, no, people would still be like, "No, it's not. What the hell's wrong with our president? Is he retarded?" He's lost it. That would actually say that Joe Biden has actually lost it completely. That's the last straw. Mark my words. Biden's going to come out just mumbling, and then go, "It's flat Earth," and then he'll be like, "Of course it's flat," and they'll be like, "He's actually lost his mind now. He's a goner." Not that any of the other crazy stuff that he's been saying for the last 2 years has been year and a half, whatever, how long it's been. It seems like forever. Ugh, the guy has lost it, man. But they want to do that shit on purpose. hmm I mean, dude, I'll take the president from Idiocracy any day over this Mongo we got here. Man, help me out. Help me out. Somebody help me out. Is this thing still working? Maybe it died. Should be all right. Should be working. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, welcome to late night on the flat earth, man. Flat earth does have a late night or early morning, depending on where you're at, man. Everybody in the UK should be getting up right now, getting some coffee, taking a piss, and rolling in here. Where's my UK Mongos, man? Where you at? Wow. Where you at, man? How about we just accept reality as it presents itself to us, man? Is that possible there, Mr. Globy Head? Yep. And nope, that's not good enough there, Kenny. Nope. No, we got to be shooting through space, man. Infinite space, man. Completely infinite. I love that. Yep. We got everything figured out, man. Go to work. Shut up. Don't think about this stuff. It's not important. It's important which football team won. That's important. Right? Yep. Circus. Bread and circus, man. Bread and circus. You guys have heard that term, right? A little bread and circus, man. Keep them distracted. Well, that's not working, so they've gone to complete retardville. And they got everybody's attention here in the last couple of years. Oh, yeah. That program's working real good. The Coco program. Coco 19. Ooh, yeah, it's working. That program's. They spent a lot of money on that ad campaign, man. Make sure that was working. It's a big ad campaign, man. They just had it all figured out overnight, too, man. Stickers in the stores, on the floor, and stickers on the windows, and bus stops, on the buses, on the airplanes, on the everywhere. Everywhere you went. It was everywhere. Kind of still is in some ways. See, I still see a lot of masks, man. You guys seeing a lot of masks? I still see a lot, man. They got a new, they got some new cocoa thing. It's going around. Apparently, it's not as. It doesn't have the full ad campaign behind it, but they're still pushing it. It's still out there in the news. I see little bits and pieces here and there. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, a lot of yellow and blue. A lot of yellow and blue. That's right. Signs everywhere. Sign everywhere. Sign. Yep. And yeah, they brought it out. Signs everywhere. Hmm. A lot of them had fine print and shit on it, man. I didn't have time to read it all. I mean, it was a lot of fine print. It was detailed, a lot of big words and shit in there. I didn't quite understand it all, But you know, apparently, some organization knew how to exactly word everything that made everybody understand what was going on. And it was this big thing. It's like a super bad thing, and it had to. You couldn't see your friends, your family. What really pissed me off, man, more than anything, man, is we couldn't go see Grandma, man. She was stuck in a little nursing home or whatever, retirement. No, no, no. You can't see Grandma. What? What? Nope. No, that's too dangerous. You might kill her. She's 92, man. I might kill her. She's 90 fucking 2, baby. Yeah. Nope. Can't have the great grandchildren come say hi bye or no, 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 no. Can't do that, man. That's bad. That was the fucking piss me off shit right there, man. I was like, and you still, in a lot of respects, you still can't even go see her, man. They got the new restrictions, and you gotta go through fucking TSA everywhere. TSA, man. You gotta go through like metal detectors and super screenings, and you gotta show certain cards, and it's like, what? I just want to go see my grandma, man. It's not like, yeah, nope, can't let you do that, man. Can't let you do that. Can't let you do that. You can't do that. Uh, yep, we are in a new world, boys and girls. It's a brave new world. Did you guys see that one? Did you guys read that one? Anybody? Brave new world. We're brave. We are so brave, man. This crew around here is. I go to battle with all you guys any day, anywhere, anytime. There's not much braver people than flat earthers, man. I haven't met any. Anybody's got anything else different than show me some evidence of braver people. Man, we've gone up against scientists. We've gone up against physicists. We've gone up against them all, man. And we've held our own, man. So good. So good. Amazing. 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 The the discussions, the arguments, the disagreements, the agreements. It's been amazing. I hope you guys appreciate it as much as I do, man. It's easy to get your ass whooped a little bit here and there, and get burned out, tired. And, oh my god, how are we gonna keep going, man? It's like working on building a fucking piano, man. You just got to keep going, man. Um, like building a car or house or anything else. It's no different, man. You just keep going. Believe in what you're doing. Keep going. It's not complicated. It's hard though. It's easy to get burned out, man. The truth hurts, man. I don't know. Somebody sang a song about that or wrote it in a book. Maybe. I don't know. Somebody said it. The truth hurts. Mm. It does, man. I don't know. It was Wakey brought up something about the truth movement, the truth reality, the waking up, and you can have some serious post-traumatic stress syndrome. I think he put post-traumatic stress syndrome, whatever that is. I mean, I get it, man. You get stressed out to a point where you're like, what the hell the fuck is real, man? Holy shit, man. What the fuck? What? Disney's putting dick cartoons in every movie? What? No, really? Oh, those fucking bastards. All right, let me deal with that for a minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a few rabbit holes that make you shake your head and question what the hell you doing, man. I mean, like, maybe I'm just better off not knowing all this shit. But I've never thought that. There are days I'm burnt, man. I'm just like, can't fucking deal with it. I need to go to the beach and check out the horizon. Okay, we're good. I'm back. Yep. I went down a couple rabbit holes I probably shouldn't have. Can't unsee shit, man. It's another thing, man. When you're looking in the deep, you're shining lights on deep, dark corners of the world, and you're seeing shit, you know, that, you know, it's just ridiculous. It's like, whoa, man. That shit's fucked up, man. That shit's totally fucked up, man. Oh, shit. Damn. All right, let me deal with it. I got it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let me deal with that right now. You process it, tell it to fuck off, and we're moving along, man. We're moving along. The Earth is flat. Where's Matthew?
Right here.
The Earth is flat. Say that one more time for me.
Flat.
The Earth is flat.
Sort of. It's not really flat. I mean, it's a little bit flat, but if you look at the bigger picture, it's not.
Well, bigger picture, man. I've seen
It's pretty big.
I've seen guys shrink pictures down and create some curvature. You've seen that as well. I haven't seen guys blow up pictures and say, "Hey, look, there's curve. There's the curvature, man, right here." Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't bust out any pictures that he took of the curvature or of the flatness or either one of them. There's that. How you doing, brother? You good?
I'm doing pretty well. Went to Las Vegas for most of last week with some friends.
Did you gamble?
No, my employment contract forbids it. We actually went to Lake Las Vegas. We went hiking at Valley of Fire, went to Red Rock Canyon, went to Hoover Dam.
You went to Red Rock?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Dude, I've done Red Rock, I don't know, 40 times.
What about Valley of Fire? Have you been there?
Yeah, I've been there once or twice, not too many times. I like the Red Rock because we would hike up Oak Canyon. I forget, there was a couple other ones.
We mainly just drove the loop. We didn't. We got out a few times, but it was like 110 degrees or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's hot up there. That's why you hike in the canyon. It's much cooler up there. I don't know.
I heard.
It's like 20 degrees cooler if you get back up in the canyon. And no, that's a beautiful place. I thought they should have turned that into a minimum national monument. I think it's deserving of a national park myself.
Yeah, I do too.
is just one of the most amazing. Just did you make the whole loop? Did you go all the way through the ghost town?
No, we just did the 13-mile.
You just did that one loop, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
just the one loop.
Yeah, there's a way you can cut back. You can go up. You end up way out there. It's a great ride. There's a couple of, we used to go off-roading too, up that way. There's some off-roads that take you back into the deep part of it. It's beautiful up there, man. I miss it.
Yeah, we only had like maybe, half a day.
Yeah. There was one little spot right at the end, right in the middle of that loop road where it starts to turn back. If you park, there's a spring right there. There's a natural spring,
really?
right off the road. You can go there and watch the water coming out of the ground, and you're like, oh my goodness. And I used to drink that water straight out of the spring, and it was so amazing. That is tasty water, full of minerals and just good water.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it was back in the 80s. We didn't, parasites or anything in the water. We don't worry about that, man. We were on a hike. We needed some hydration. There was. You drink it. Yeah, we're hoping that because it's coming right out of the ground, it doesn't have any bird poop or frog poop or whatever else in it, right? Or it's like, okay, it's coming out of the ground right here. And I'm like, yeah, I think it's safe. Let's drink it. We didn't get sick. We didn't die.
Well, there you go.
It's okay. And we made it through. But yeah, it was one of my favorite parts of living in Vegas for 4 years, doing my apprenticeship out there, man. We did a lot of hiking through Red Rock, man. It was one of our go-tos.
Well, yeah, I'd love to visit and spend more time there in the winter.
Yeah, it's much better, like spring or fall, but spring was good because, the creeks and all the little streams and everything were running really well. Healthy. There's a lot of swimming holes. That's what we really liked about it. We'd sweat our way up to a swimming hole and then jump in the water. It's freezing ass cold. And you're like, you spend like 10 minutes in there and then you get out, you're shivering, and it's 110 out. And you're like, I'm cold. Drop your body temperature. Yeah. Like, it's so beautiful.
We went swimming in Lake Mead briefly while I went wading.
So, been watching a lot about Lake Mead this year. Obviously, the water level is ridiculously low.
Yeah, so I was just looking at a chart. At the beginning of 2020, it was 1090. Then 2021 is 1083. Then the beginning of 22 was 1066. And then the day we were there, it was 1040. So from 1090 to 1040, 50 feet lower than 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's pretty low, man. It didn't look good seeing all that like white rock along the edges of the lake, right?
Yeah.
It's just not appealing.
Yeah.
To the eye. Yeah, it looks bad, man. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time on Lake Mead, not a lot, but we used to go hiking up near the Hoover Dam, kind of northeast of the dam. We would park and hike back there like a couple miles, and there was these natural hot springs. It was amazing. It had like waterfalls of natural hot springs. It was crazy cool. Just sitting in that water, especially in the winter, it was really nice. But they dammed it all up, and they messed up the hot springs up there. There's still a couple places you can go and get to it, but I wouldn't know where they're at. But I do remember hiking up through there. It was good.
Yeah.
But cool, man. So you were out there with some colleagues, just
No, this was some old housemates. We used to live in the same house 15 years ago.
Oh, beautiful.
But we're from 4 different states, and it just turned out that Las Vegas was the cheapest place to like all meet together.
Have a center point and say, hey, man, let's meet here. That sounds good.
Yeah. Since another buddy and I could drive from LA, so we had a car, and the other guys flew in from Minnesota, Tennessee, and Indiana.
You guys all hopped in your car and did some sightseeing. Nice.
That's right. It was so hot, but the car had good AC, so
that's good.
It's all good.
110, huh? Oof.
Yeah, it was. I think the high was like 115 one of the days.
Oh my! The hottest I ever remember in Vegas was 122, and I think that was the day I decided I'm leaving this place. This I can't even breathe. I'm going back to Southern California.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm up in Santa Maria right now. At a friend of mine's house.
Isn't that where they invented tri-tip, right?
That's the tri-tip capital of the world, man. No doubt about it. And it's an okay cut of meat. It's not great, man. It's actually like the worst part of the cow, apparently. But they cook it up, they season it up, they do the best they can with the cut. But yeah, it's good. It's good, man. Depending. You're supposed to eat it with a little bit of salsa. That's kind of the secret, is to have a lot of salsa on each bite. And that, kind of juice makes it a little juicier. Anyway, I just came back from, I was up in Concord the last couple of days.
Okay. But that's the Bay Area, right?
Yeah, up in the Bay Area. My nephew is a world's strongest man competitor.
Oh, wow.
And they had the regionals up there. I drove up, support him. And I just wanted to. This is like my buddies lives in Santa Maria. This is kind of a halfway point, so I don't have to drive the whole thing in one day. That's a long drive, man.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's like close to 600 miles. So I wanted to support him, and I just stopped my buddies and hang out on the way up and then on the way back. So I'm on my way back now. I'll be coming back into LA tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I don't know if you know what the world's strongest man competition's all about, but most people don't.
I imagine lifting things, right? I don't know.
Lifting very, very heavy things. There's a lot of it. And
yeah, I would be eliminated in the first round.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I watched guys flipping a 970-pound tire. Flipping it. I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. And it is one of the only sports I didn't, if you start thinking about it, where you're literally lifting heavy weights and carrying them a distance. They have different events where you have to lift a bunch of weights and carry them across a track, 60 feet, 90 feet, whatever it is. And they time those events. It's not just like how much can you lift, like on the Olympics and stuff, right? That's very straightforward kind of lifting.
Yeah.
But this is where you're actually moving with weights, and it's a different level of strong and fascinating. I'm learning a lot more about, since my nephew's a strong man, I'm learning a lot more about it, supporting him and hanging out with him, talking to him about it. But yeah, they have like big giant boulders, 250 pound, 215, 300-pound boulders. You have to lift up on these giant pedestals. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, oh my goodness. It's cool. The amount of weights that these guys are lifting. And they had girls, they had a different light vision and heavy and like a medium weight, whatever you want to call it. But I just kept thinking, there's nothing light about what they're lifting. I think they're just all strong people.
Yeah.
And they're lifting heavy things, man. Nothing's light about it. So there's no lightweight and strong man, I don't think. I mean, certainly, but it's a very, very obscure sport. There is a professional level to it, but it's out of all the sports in the world, it's probably the least. You're going to get paid the least. It's just not known what strongman is. You can check it out. It's on YouTube. Type strongman competitions, and so yeah, my nephew can deadlift like about 600. Just lift it up to his waist. But if you put the weight on his shoulders, and he can have a bar across the back of your shoulders, he can lift a little over 1,000 pounds straight off the ground.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And it's like, he's 20 years old, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He can hold it too, man. He can hold it up for like 20 seconds, 15, 20 seconds, something like that. It's like, whoa. But that's where you got your biggest leverage, is across the back of your shoulders. If using your legs, and he's got these big legs, so he can just stand straight up with 1,000 pounds on his shoulders. Crazy. Anyway, that's enough about the strongman. Did you, when you were out in the desert, man, did you happen to measure any curvature while you were out there? You see any?
Nah, the Earth's too big to measure any curvature out there.
I had to bring it full circle, Matthew.
But we did see the sunrise and the sunset. I mean, it got dark at night, so I think that's evidence the Earth went below the horizon. So,
all right. Did you catch Sirius and the moon this morning? No.
No, I've seen it. I was watching the moon earlier. A few days ago, I saw it.
Yeah, it's been out for a few days. Yeah, it's a beautiful sight, man.
I know. I like looking at it with the binoculars or a telescope. You ever use binoculars?
Oh yeah. I've used binoculars, telescopes, P900, baby. That's always a good one. Tripod. But yeah, it's beautiful, man. This morning you could see the moon. It was just a little crescent, and Sirius was coming up on the horizon, and then the sun followed it, man. It was a trifecta.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, that was at like 5:30 this morning, something like that. 6 o'clock. Yeah, beautiful, man. We live in a beautiful place.
I agree with that part for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know after going through Red Rock and That's one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. I mean, Yosemite's great, Zion's great, Red Rock's great, man. Should be a national monument, but it's not. I don't know why they haven't done that, but I think because they had a lot of development that kind of built up. When I lived there, there was no development near Red Rock, but they pushed the development like right up to the edge of the. I guess it's a monument. Is it a monument? I don't think it. Or is it just a recreation area?
I think it's a recreation area. I forget. Yeah, it's national.
Like a national recreation area or something.
Yeah.
It's not a monument. It's not a national park. So it was one of those. But they kind of pushed the development like right up to the edge of that place.
Yeah.
Houses and condos and golf courses. But I remember living out there, and I'd drive out there, and I'm like, this would be a cool place to have a house.
Yeah.
And now it's like, shopping centers and everything is going all the way right, almost right to the entrance there. But in 1985, man, there was nothing out there. There was nothing. Yeah, there wasn't even a house out there. It was too far out of town. Now it's all built up. So that's what it's kind of sad. They should have made it a national park. Darn it. Maybe someday. I'm not in charge of the country. Apparently, we have a president that might not have all his faculties together. He's in charge. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who decides what should be national parks.
Yeah. I remember going to Joshua Tree when it was just a national monument. And it was run really well. And it was, I don't know, after it went to national park, man, I don't know, I remember going out there and I was like, it just doesn't seem as well run. Like, yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the national monuments are the state or somebody in charge of it or something. But once it goes federal, man, it seems like it's just not the same. I mean, from my experience, I could be wrong. If anybody else has different experience, that's good. But yeah, I always dug Joshua Tree. Have you been out there?
Mm-hmm, yeah, a couple times.
Yeah, I did a lot of camping out there. I used to make a yearly, like, springtime trip to try to catch the little desert flower bloom. It's really pretty. But it's been a few years since I've been out there. But yeah, when it switched, I just noticed like it just, I don't know, it became more like, they weren't as nice. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. The people that ran the place, it just seemed like once it goes federal, it seems like it's more military, I don't know. But we live in a great place. We were just talking to my friend tonight about how he was mentioning the first time he ever saw the giant sequoias.
Oh yeah, those are great.
And once you see him, I mean, he was like, dude, it was like a spiritual experience. I mean, I've noticed when I've gone to the giant sequoias, everybody's just standing around, kind of being quiet, like looking around. I go, yeah. It's not like a party atmosphere or anything. It becomes very surreal, and the focus becomes a little more intense, or something. Something happens, man. There's something about those trees that make you go, "Oh my goodness, wow, what a cool place we live." Dang, This place is awesome. And then, this is the only place in the world that those things grow. And
Yeah.
there were some fires up there recently. They were threatening some of the bigger ones. Apparently, they didn't lose them, but I guess they were battling to try to keep the fire away from those super big trees, man. I appreciate that. I do like to go visit those big trees, but the problem with the Sierra Nevadas right now, I don't know if you've driven through there recently.
Not super recently.
Is that I was up there a couple years ago, and man, it's just like millions and millions of dead trees, man. Millions.
Yeah, from the pine beetle thing, right?
Yeah, and it looks like in a giant tinderbox at this point. And when they had the big fires in 2020 burning through the Sierras, I wasn't too surprised because I had just driven through there right before the fires. Not that I had anything to do with it, but I had just noticed that, oh my goodness, this place is going to burn up, man. And it's like, I don't think you could stop it. It literally was like 10 burned trees to one live tree. It was like 10 to 1. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is scary. And my friend who's 71 years old, and he's looking at this going, no. He's like, dude, the whole place, man, is going to burn. I'm like, kind of looks that way, huh? I'm like, yeah. So, yeah, we got a lot of issues here in the mountains of the Sierra Nevadas to deal with. And if we have a lot more fires up there, man, don't be surprised. Can't have that much dead wood and one little spark from a muffler hanging too low on your car.
Yep.
That's all it takes. Yep. So hope they get a handle on it. But I don't hold a lot of hope out for when you see that many dead trees. You just throw your hands up and say, well, nobody's going to come in there and cut them all the dead trees out. I don't know why we can't have a national emergency that involves every possible guy that can cut dead trees off and drag them out of the way. And we could have like a World War II kind of event here and maybe get 25,000 guys to come out there and start cutting these trees down.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And so the consequences of not getting 25,000 guys together, they can get 25,000 guys together to go to Iraq all day long, man. I don't know, with all kinds of equipment, planes, guns, and whatever. But to save an entire forest range in California, can we get 25,000 guys to come out there and start cutting trees? Nope, we can't do that. And, that's the political end of, it's what they do. It's not what I would do, but it's what they do. If it was up to me, get 100,000 troops in there and let's cut these trees down. You guys ready? Let's go.
Yeah.
Here's the food and water, all you need, camping, shelter, showers. We got airplanes. We got first aid. We got medical. Let's do it. Nope. But they'll go take 100,000 troops and fly them over to wherever, somewhere thousands of miles away, and all day long. So, yeah, I hate to see the waste of resources, and I'm the biggest fan of California and our great resources that we have here. It's just absolutely incredible. There's no other place in the world that has giant redwood trees, and this is it.
Yep.
I think we'd want to take care of them so that everybody can come and enjoy them for a day or two. And that would be my priority. But apparently that's not good enough sometimes. Apparently. All right, well, I'm going to pass out.
All right. Well, good night. Nice chatting with you.
Good talking to you, man. Glad you got home safe. Glad you had a good trip. And we'll hopefully talk soon.
Yep. Sounds good. Hang in there. Good night.
All right. All right. You too. Thank you.
All right. I think that's good. At least we can get started with this, get as far as we can, and then maybe we can have a follow-up in some other venue that the technology is working better.
Okay.
All right. So
I'll do my best.
Let me introduce myself really quick for any new viewers. I go by I Can Science That, and I have a YouTube channel dedicated to honest investigation of everyday science. Really, and that has come to mean a lot of people who have deep questions about everyday science. Like, is that true? Is that really true? Okay. And a lot of it is like, we'll talk about some of it today, maybe. But the principle is honest. We're going to be honest as we do investigations. We're not just going to accept things, and we are going to be friendly with each other about it. Okay, Bev, would you like to introduce yourself a little bit?
Hi, yeah, I'm Bev Try Thinking. I'm definitely not a flat earther. And what we are doing here tonight is a test that we have devised called Realizing Euclid. It's been a long time thing with a group of us. And basically what we've done is we've gone into logic and geometry to find a very simple test to try and find the, as you say, the most simple way you could describe what a proof is and try and replicate that in reality. That's all we try and do.
Okay, sounds good. And so we talked before about this a little bit. The way I bumped into you in the first place, I think, is through Cambridge Skeptics. So let me put that up here. I'll put that on the thing. This video is an interview I did on Cambridge Skeptics, where I was talking about how to be a better skeptic. We called it How to Be a Better Flat Earther, which obviously doesn't apply to you because that's not you, but how to be a better skeptic, which I think applies to all of us. And Bev, you and I, we agreed on a lot of those topics that was there, but maybe not everything. Is that fair?
Yeah, I seem to quite like the way that you did that. You went over how to better critically think about these tests and stuff that obviously people should be doing, right? People should be thinking more critically about this sort of stuff. And yeah, I commended you for that.
Yeah. So my main points on that one were we should test things. We don't just accept them. And we also, at the same time, we don't just dismiss them. Somebody comes to us with a crazy plan, crazy scheme, like the sky is green, right? The sky is green. You could just dismiss them, but maybe you ought to go and look and check for yourself, right? So that's one thing. So we can test things is one of the big principles I like to get across, that it's possible to create a test for things that you'd think maybe you just have to take on faith. Turns out you can test a lot of stuff. So that's my first point. And you agree with that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And the other one is watch out for what I called useless tests, which is a test that cannot discern the truth of the matter, right? The purpose of a test, would you agree the purpose of a test is to discern something?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if your test is incapable of discerning the truth or falsehood of the question, that test is no good, and we shouldn't be confused by it. Okay, so that's that. And then after that, we talked, I don't have a link to it. Maybe you have a link. If you have a link to our previous discussion, I think you have a video on that. You could throw it in here if you want.
I don't know for which one.
Oh yeah, I think
when you came over.
Yeah, I came over there twice. But the second time we talked about your Realizing Euclid test.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be relevant today.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. You put level test, did you? For the title of this particular video.
This video we're on now is called Live Discussion with Bev about the level test.
Right, yeah.
I've been calling it level test. But you call it realizing Euclid, I think.
Yeah,
a better.
Have you seen the have you ever looked at Euclid in the Proposition 1, Book 11?
Yeah, we went through all that in the previous.
Well, that's what it is. It's not a level test. It's that.
But it involves levels, right?
Well,
so
we use a water level to be able to do the Euclidean test. That is the tool that we decided to use to keep it cheap.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. So you just the water levels were a tool you used in the test. The test you call it realizing Euclid. Mm-hmm. And while I'm here, I want to stress that Spot On Level is someone who did the test with you and helped design this test and really deserves a lot of credit for it, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that went together to design the test, but me and Spot On were the ones that actually acquired the water levels and did the test.
Okay. What I'd like to do, if you're cool with this, is so there was some question after we talked. Some people seemed to be saying that I did not understand your test or I didn't represent it fairly. And so what I'd like to do is sort of do a steelman. I would like to describe for the audience with my diagrams what your test was. And if I make a mistake, you correct me.
Okay.
All right. So let me see. Slideshow, go. And sharing screen, that one, go. Okay, and I can get rid of our faces. Y'all don't need to see us. Okay, so here is Bev and Spot On Levels water level test. I'm calling it water level test. My apologies. You like to call that realizing Euclid. So it starts with a water level. It's a long water level. Mm-hmm. If I remember correctly, it has multiple risers on it, 4 of them. And the first 2 here are 200 meters apart, and then 100 meters, and then 100 meters.
400 meter total, yes.
So it's a total of 400 meters from end to end there. Okay. And then you bring in a second one just like it, another 400 meter level, and you overlap them.
Yes.
Okay. And so this distance here, that's 400 meters, and there's a 200, and there's a 200. Am I right?
Yep.
Okay. And the way I've drawn it, I'm trying to show that these two are very close to each other, close enough that you can literally just sort of measure the difference in the water level between them. That right?
Yeah, they're next to each other.
They're next to each other, right? Yeah. And yeah, so this one's like 200 meters from there, but then these two are just right next, and then 100 meters, and then they're right next to each other, 100 meters. Okay, and then we have some observers. I just put in, stick people here. And what you're going to do is you're going to start at one end, and there's the dimensions. And then you're going to go and physically walk your 200 meters. And then presumably, did you get out like a ruler or something to measure the difference between the water levels?
No, they're next to each other.
And so the levels of the water level in the 2 levels, how did that compare in your example?
Just like you see there.
Exactly the same. The water levels
next to each other, yes.
Bang on.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you go to the next one and you say, hey, are they the same? And then you go to the last overlap and say, hey, are they the same?
Yeah.
And in your test, they were all 3 right there with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now let me try to explain my understanding of what this test was designed to discern. Is that good?
If you give us your impression of what.
Okay. My impression of what we're trying to discern with this test is whether those two water levels are following straight lines. Is that reasonably close? What would you say?
Well, the test for, well, I'll get you a thing. I have all of these ready for you. Proposition 1, Book 11, Euclid states, one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it.
Okay,
so it shows,
this is a test.
Yeah.
So this is a test to discern the truth or falsehood of that statement?
Yes. If this is realizing Euclid, we are making this Book 11, solid geometry. We are making it in reality. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So you start with the presumption, I guess, that the water level creates a plane.
Yes. It is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay. Let me ask you this. How long did it take you to do this test?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty 2 by 400 meter long tubes filled with water balanced. You got to go walk out, set them up, prop them up on sticks or something, pour water into them, make sure the water is at exactly the same level, walk up and down, film the whole thing.
Yeah, the water levels were already filled. Well, mine was filled already, and we filled spot-ons on the day.
So, hours, days? How long did it take?
Oh, yeah, it was just like a full day.
Full day?
Yeah.
Full day. Okay. Let me just do something here. You're going to probably feel this is a little ridiculous, but what I don't understand is why the water levels? Why do we need water levels to do this test? Why not something else that's a straight line?
Right, well, that was the thing. It came down to a cost thing. We realised initially at first it was going to be, we said 2 miles. Then we realised, well, that's 2 miles, 4 miles of pipe really to be doing it. And who wants 4 miles of hose pipe? What do you do with it? It'd be like a complete and utter waste. So the idea was to make it as simple and cost effective as possible so anybody can do it. We were given some numbers and that gave us the ability to make it shorter, make it smaller.
Okay.
And then we realized the water level was the cheapest way of us doing it.
I would propose that if your goal is just to realize Euclid, you could do it much cheaper and much easier. Let me demonstrate. I have here a piece of spaghetti. It's a straight line. I have a second one. If I overlap them, right? I overlap them. I make a single straight line.
Yeah.
Did I just realize Euclid? I just verify Euclid's first postulate?
Well, it is in a plane. You see, that's the thing. It's a plane that you need to establish because Book 11 is the solid geometry.
I'll put them on a cell phone to make sure that we have a plane. Now, have I realized Euclid?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think my test has all the elements that you listed you wanted. I've got a plane, and then I have a line that lies within the plane, and another line lying within the plane. That's all you asked for. So I did it. And I did it in seconds. Why did you guys spend so much money and time? There must be something more.
What?
I mean, surely you have other straight lines and planes.
I don't know. not really with you. What's a tool for establishing a plane? What tool would you go to spaghetti?
I used a cell phone. Would you agree that the face of my cell phone is a plane?
Well, I don't know. Would you get anybody, because this is realizing Euclid, right?
Uh-huh. So we need a plane.
Uh-huh.
So here I have a plane.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
What's the difference between my plane and your plane?
No.
Then, I mean, I don't want to diss your test or anything, but it seems like you went to a whole lot of effort here.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Necessary.
Oh, why? What do you mean don't seem necessary?
We
had a great time. Me and my lads had a great day out. We got a load of good filming. I got to have a day out with Spot On. We did a test.
Okay.
I don't like what.
All right. No, that's good. That's good. Mm-hmm. And so I want to clarify something that I think is a misunderstanding about your test. I think people are misrepresenting your test, possibly including myself. I think a lot of people think that your test was designed to show that water levels create a plane.
No, we know that. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? I mean,
right. So this test of yours in no way questions that fact. It does not discern the plane or linearness of water levels.
Well, obviously, if we want to establish realizing Euclid, we have to start off with something that establishes a plane. Do you not?
I don't know. It was your idea to realize Euclid. I didn't know what you were trying to do, right?
Yeah. That's it.
And what does that mean, realizing Euclid? As you explained it to me, it was you take a plane, you make a line within the plane, right? You take a plane. I think we can all agree that this is pretty planar, very planar, and that there's a line. So
Spaghetti.
Now I have a line within a plane, right?
So spaghetti on the phone, but I mean,
yeah, spaghetti on a phone would do the trick. But I guess I didn't get the fresh air and sunshine that you guys did, right? And the time out with buds.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely worth.
We did it at the side of the canal. It was great.
Yeah. Okay. So that sounds really good. I just want to make sure, and I think this is your opportunity right here to make it really clear that in your test, you in no way were attempting to discern that water levels are horizontal, are planar, are linear. That was not part of the test, and this test does not show it in any way.
It uses it, doesn't it, in order to establish that plane?
Right. You make the assumption and then just run with it.
No. It in order to be able to say that no straight line, no part of a straight line can lie within a plane and another part without it, or in a higher plane, or whatever, right? That's what the test is there to show, whether we can actually realize Euclid.
Whether you can realize Euclid. Well,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know why that's a question. Can you realize Euclid? I did it with spaghetti and a cell phone, so of course you can. Right? Why would this be a big question?
Why would what be a big question? Whether you can realize Euclid.
Realize Euclid? Yeah, right. I mean, with pennies.
I mean, well, yeah, you could do it just by drawing a circle and saying it's got, the ratio of this circle, the diameter to the circumference. It gives you pi. I mean, boom, done it. I've realized Euclid. But that's not really the same sort of thing. I mean, if you know what we do when we go out to show people what happens with these surveying tools, and we're definitely all about level.
Okay.
That's the server.
Okay.
We've been on the level first, and then next level.
Okay. Let me just move on to the next slide. This is something that wasn't in my previous video, that after talking with you some more, I thought maybe your hypothesis was this, that perhaps the two water levels independently created two planes, and your test was designed to discern whether or not those planes were parallel. Is that what you were trying to test? Or you can just shut that down right now and say, no, we're not doing that?
Well, I mean, that's what the Euclid thing was to show, that you can't have part of that in one plane and part of it in the other. I mean, there's obviously not going to be a slope like that. I mean, you can't get water to go uphill, can you?
No, right. Yeah.
So I mean, that's ridiculous, that.
Right. So this wasn't, the test wasn't designed to show that then. That wasn't what you were trying to discern.
No, I mean, how could you do that? That's definitely got water going uphill, hasn't it?
That'd be my interpretation of it. Yeah. For real.
Yeah.
Okay. And another thing that the test was definitely not to ascertain, or was not trying to discern, was whether or not, I mean, I'm saying it again, whether or not those levels are in fact planar, right? You took that as
levels, yeah.
Point number one. And at no point in your test did you ever have like an if-then statement where you said, if the level is planar, then something. Did you have like an if-then somewhere?
Well, we had I hope we can do this spot on without leaky water levels. So we tested the levels, make sure that they didn't do that. I mean, there was months of preparation of testing for leaks and whatnot. Okay. And then there's obviously getting together to see whether we can actually do it. So, I mean, yeah, there was loads of ifs.
Cool. Okay. Let me, in my video, I showed one more scenario, which it sounds like, talking to you live now, is just like a red herring. This thing is not something you're interested in or discussing at all, but let's show it for clarity here. And that is that perhaps this scenario is how it goes, which is that water levels do not create a plane, but instead create some sort of curve, right?
Again, that looks like it's going uphill again to me.
It does look like that. It looks like it's going uphill, but your test that you've done cannot discern whether this diagram is correct or not.
Well, that doesn't look like a plane to me.
Yeah, in this test, this is the test where water level does not create a plane.
Well, see, that's why we used water levels, because they do describe a plane, and we wouldn't have been able to realize Euclid if this was what we thought, because that's definitely not a plane, right? Those water levels there are not. No.
Not a plane.
So what would you call that then?
This is a diagram of if the water levels do not form a plane, what would happen then? Right. So if water levels form a plane, we get a diagram like one of the first two that I showed. If water levels do not form a plane, we get a diagram perhaps like this one.
Okay.
All right. And I think a lot of people, definitely me, I absolutely had the impression that you were trying to discern whether or not water levels could be verified to form a plane, and that this test would show that. Can you clarify that for me?
We used the water level as a tool that describes a horizontal plane, right? A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. That's why we used it for Euclid, for realizing Euclid.
Okay, yeah. So you used the water level because you are just taking as given, it's just taken as given, unquestioned, that a water level creates a plane.
Yeah, a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And so if I were to propose maybe a water level does not create a plane, you'd have to answer, I don't know, maybe, but my test will not show that. Is that fair?
Well, the geometric backing that we got goes to with the results that we found. So I would say by getting those results, we did realise Euclid. Now, are you saying that we perhaps didn't realise Euclid?
What I am saying is earlier when I described, hold on just a minute. I got to put this on because this one makes me chuckle. I'm putting that up there. What we described, and what I described early, was a test that is unable to discern. So I think if we want to apply this test that you conducted to try to discern whether or not the plane was planar, the water level is planar, that this test cannot do that. So making any conclusions about that question would be logically fallacious.
Well,
can you agree to that?
You can't really say that a test to establish a plane would be the same as the test to establish what have you got there, some sort of a curve.
The test
how could they possibly be both the same?
A test is designed to discern one thing or another.
Yes.
Right? So if we wanted to discern whether or not water levels form a plane, your realizing Euclid test cannot do that.
Why is that?
I thought you just had agreed to that.
No, we use the water level because it's a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Are you disagreeing with that statement?
I am saying you have not tested that statement. You are just making that statement.
Mm-hmm. Would the test not be the realizing Euclid part of it? Because we would sort of testing whether we could establish a plane having like a shared straight line segment, right?
So let's be super clear. What is the question that you are discerning with your test out of your own words?
It's Euclid. Do you want me to read it out again? Let me read it out.
No, there has to be a question. It has to be a question mark here. Is it true? Is it not true? Your own words.
Can we realize Euclid? Can we do it? And that is proposition 1. One part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it.
And when you say realize, what I think you mean is make a physical
make it real. Yes.
Make a physical representation out of material objects to demonstrate this.
Yes, make it real.
Okay, so right. Spaghetti and a cell phone, you are done? Yes, you can. Good. I agree then. This is a great demonstration of realizing Euclid. Where people go wrong with it, and I'm not saying you have gone wrong, but I definitely think the Glober side have all gone wrong on this, is to imagine that this somehow was intended to prove that water levels are planar. But it doesn't do that. It's just realizing Euclid. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not water levels are planar.
Well, in your diagram, they're definitely not the one that you've got on screen right now.
And the emphasis here is I'm diagramming that if the water levels are not planar, as these are clearly not planar, and you conducted your exact same test, the results would be exactly the same.
Okay, now you think they can tell? It's 2022, right? Do you think in 2022 they know the difference between a plane and a not plane?
Who's they?
Whoever. I mean, you don't seem to know. I do, because I know that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. But, do you not know?
Let's come back to that I have a slide even for that, but
Do you not know that
you
though?
say, I'd like to hear you just say that if you were to conduct this experiment on a shaped structure like this, and you went to those two risers, you would see that the two risers are exactly at the same level.
That what you're showing there has the middle ones higher than the outside ones.
I'm showing an observer, and the observer is measuring the level of those two waters. Which one of those is higher to him?
That all of those three center ones are all higher
there's
than
only
the two
one.
at the other end.
I'm asking about this pair right here.
This one here.
And this observer standing at the angle that he's standing at.
Why is he standing at that angle?
Because I've drawn the diagram that way. So just answer the question. If in this scenario, whether it's real or not, it doesn't have to be real. This is just the if game, right? We're hypothesizing. If this is true, the prediction is those two water levels will be at the same level.
Well, water levels would be at the same level, yes.
Okay, let's go to the next one and see what we would measure. We walk to the next one. And now the angle is different.
What angle?
Compare these two.
What angle are you talking about?
The angle of the observer. He's standing this way.
Oh, he's vertical now. He was a bit off vertical before, was he?
He's standing this way.
And that's vertical.
He measures the water level there.
You say the angle's different, right? He's vertical there, is he? And before he wasn't vertical.
I haven't used that word, no. I'm showing you a diagram and I'm asking you, compared to this person and the angle he is standing, those two are at the exact same level.
The way you've drawn that, yeah, but that's not water.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was.
I know, it's just a blue line. Yeah.
This is an if.
You've got a guy, what I see, you've got a guy on a hill and he's got his head at the same height as some blue.
No, it's not supposed to be a guy on a hill. It's not.
Well, he's on the top of the hill there.
This is the counterpoint to your original statement that water levels form a plane, right? And I said, you did not test that. If water levels do not form a plane, what might they form? They might form a shape like this. If they did, what result would your test produce? I'm not saying that they do form this odd shape. I'm saying that
they won't, because the water will equal out, won't it? You can obviously see what had happened with the water in these things here.
I want you to go with me on this and just answer the easy questions and don't try to make inferences. Don't try to make logical leaps ahead.
I just live in reality. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. I live in reality too.
Yeah.
And the way a test works is you apply a prediction based on your various hypotheses, right? Okay, and so I have a hypothesis.
Okay, well, are you going to be testing this? Are you going to be testing this? My hypothesis
is that this is how it might happen.
Brilliant. 100 quid it cost us for the two water levels. One for spot on, 100 quid. One for me, 100 quid. You can test it out for yourself.
Right. And I don't know if you heard the words I just said, but this is an if, right? If it is like this, we predict the outcome, okay? And the outcome is that the first two risers were measured to be at the same level. The second two risers are measured to be at the same level. And the third two risers, they are also measured to be at the same level.
Yeah, well, when you say level, a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Where's the horizontal plane?
I have a slide on that.
Here.
I promise I have a slide. I just want to explore this possibility.
But that's not a possibility. If a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, then That's definitely not real.
Okay. What I'm saying is that if it is not real, your test, to be a good test of that question, would show that. Understand?
Well, you know what my test was, or mine spot on's test. You know what it was. Yeah.
Yes. And I'm saying this is entirely consistent with your test, with the exception that this is a diagram that shows what if water levels are not planar.
Okay.
You did not consider that possibility, that water levels are not planar.
No, because we used the water
If
level
we
because
do-
it was a tool, or it is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. And it was one of the cheapest tools we could get.
Really? You couldn't think of anything cheaper to make a plane?
400 meters. Yeah.
Okay. If your original claim,
What would you
make a
use to make a plane?
I used a cell phone.
To make a plane.
It's pre-made plane, and if that's not good enough, I got a desk. I got floors. You know, I got lots of things that I use as planes.
So they are planes.
So going to this effort seems a little silly, but that's up to you, right? You can do what you want. If all you want to do is realize Euclid, that's great. What I'm trying to emphasize here, and I'm trying to help you out, I really am, is that you are not trying to show that this is false. Your test does not disprove this diagram.
Well, that doesn't look like a plane to me.
Can you just say, my test, if the world somehow worked that way, the test that we did would not disprove that?
What?
If the world somehow worked this way, which you don't think it does, but if it did, your test...
Are you saying that you think that is a horizontal plane? Are you going to say, if everybody else that thinks levels that establish a horizontal plane, if they think this is what a horizontal plane is that what you're saying? Because, I mean, that doesn't look like a horizontal plane to me. Definitely not.
I don't believe I used the word horizontal plane.
Well, a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. That's why we used a level.
All right. So just for the audience, you all heard I was patient and clear, making very small steps. I have established that with no deference to where I got this from, if the world works this way, this test cannot discern it. So we should not use this test
Who says
to say that this is false.
It's just a realizing Euclid test, right? Don't try and falsify a realizing Euclid test because you've just bent this.
No, I'm not going to falsify your realizing Euclid test. What we need is to understand what you were trying to discern with it, and to understand that that is not what you were trying to discern.
Absolutely not. No, that is not a plane.
So for all of you debunkers out there who have, and myself included, who have said, hey, Bev's test doesn't show anything, it's because he wasn't trying to show this.
You were trying to debunk the realizing Euclid test. Is that what you were doing? Really?
In my video that I linked earlier, the one with these slides, I explained that your test cannot discern this. What my misunderstanding was that you were trying to, or that you would suggest that it does or can. Can you confirm very clearly for us, you are not saying that your test can discern this?
The test was to show that it was a plane. I'll read it again for you. Right? Realizing Euclid. Says one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. So in between those risers of a water level, right, there is two risers and there's the shortest distance between each point.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a straight line.
Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Yeah.
Okay, so the test was to show that no part of that straight line can lie within a plane and another part without it, right, outside of the plane.
With the assumption that you've got straight lines and planes.
Yeah, a water level is a level. It's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, isn't it?
I've got it on the screen. I've got it on the screen right now. What I'm trying to get you to say very clearly, and it doesn't seem like this should be contentious. I don't know why you resist this so hard. Your test made zero effort to determine that your lines were straight or your planes were planes. You took that as given and did not test it or question it.
Yes, I used a water level because it is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. That's why we used a water level. No, I didn't question it. No. Well, should I? Okay. Should I have questioned the fact that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane?
Okay.
Please, can you answer me? Should I have questioned it?
Yes, you should, because that is not a mainstream science teaching, what you're saying now. And you should be aware of it. Doesn't mean you need to accept it, but it means I think this deserves a test. All right?
Well, you think we should be testing that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane? You think we should have established that first?
I think that you and I agreed to this sentence that's on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. It says, a water level is a tool that can be used to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
No, a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
That's not the sentence I agreed to. I agreed to the one with the word can be in it.
Okay, well, I say it definitely does establish. That's what a water level tool is.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. I believe you say a water level is a tool that invariably establishes one and only one horizontal plane of reference.
Nah, I've never said that. I say a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Is there any way you could make a water level that does not establish a horizontal?
No, a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That's how it's used.
Okay.
Have you seen a water level?
Yes, I have a water level right here.
Oh, right, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that the one that Bob taught you to do?
But not the second.
I've got a water level as well.
So I agree to the first sentence and not the second.
Okay, well, I like that second one. I don't know where you got that from because I've never said that.
That is what you seem to be saying.
I've never said those words. Never.
Okay.
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, it is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Yes, as are all levels.
Okay. Does that mean there is no way to use the tool such that you do not get a horizontal plane of reference?
I wouldn't know of it. Can you show us
saying that the level does a thing, that it's a tool that does a thing, like saying a screwdriver is a tool that drives screws. Does that mean holding a screwdriver means I am driving screws?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it means you're making...
Well, give me an example then of how you would use a water level to not establish a horizontal plane of reference. Just give us a rough one.
Yes. If you put 3 risers on your water level, you will find that the three risers are not in a plane.
So you're saying that realizing Euclid, we would not have them.
It's not the horizontal plane you're talking about, right?
But you're saying that the realizing Euclid would have failed if according to what you've just said.
No, I'm saying standard science textbook says this occurs.
I don't think so. I mean, that looks like that one on they're definitely higher.
Okay, so that's the last thing I really wanted to talk about. Before we go on, I wanted to
science,
finish this.
did you?
I want to finish this water level thing. You stress over
That's
and
not
over
what I
again.
said. Can you put a red line through that? Because like I haven't even said that.
Correct. Which word is not correct?
The whole second bit there.
So a water level is a tool. Correct or not correct?
That's definitely true.
The water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah.
Are there more than one horizontal plane of reference that the water level can establish?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. And then how does that work?
You just move one end of the water level up a little bit higher, and then it will equalize to establish a new horizontal plane of reference.
I see. Okay. If I said one and only one at a time, would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's add at a time on there.
Why? At a time. A water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
At a time.
Oh God.
Okay,
Do not add that. You're adding that. Don't add silly stuff that isn't needed. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, is my statement.
Okay, you tell me what's wrong with this statement now. Does it establish one and only one horizontal plane of reference at a time?
Can you please write a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference? Because that's what I say. Don't write anything that I don't say. Please.
For establishing. Okay, let's put that up. These, I believe, are your exact words now.
If it says a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. There you go. That's good.
Okay. Does that mean the following statement, or is this an error in logic somewhere? Are these equivalent?
I'm not. What's invariably mean? I mean, I haven't ever used that. What's that? What does that word in there mean? Why have you added that word in there?
Because you seem to be saying that you don't have to question whether or not your water level is a plane.
No, it's a statement I make. It's a statement I make. Look, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, if you don't agree with that, that's fine. You don't have to agree with that. But that's what I say.
I think that first sentence isn't entirely wrong, but the way you apply it is wrong.
What do you mean the way I apply it?
But
I apply it by using a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
You have said that because a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, I put a water level out, and I know that I have a horizontal plane of reference. Agreed?
If you put a water level out, and you've made sure it's got no air bubbles in, and you've not got any blockages, then yeah, it will establish a horizontal plane of reference, right?
No.
What?
It will not.
A water level won't establish.
That is a logical leap that you can't support.
Who can't support it?
Because a tool does a thing, that tool did the thing.
Okay. So
right? That's what you said. Because a tool does a thing, therefore that tool did a thing.
Uh-huh.
And you don't see the logical hole there?
What are you saying?
I'm saying because a screwdriver drives screws. Because a tool did a thing. Because a screwdriver drives screws. The screwdriver drove the screw. No, I don't know that. I could say, if I use the screwdriver properly, I was driving a screw with it. I could say that. You see the difference?
Well, a water level is still a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Right? Are you saying it's not?
Are you saying that you can prove that a water level's plane is horizontal?
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I hope a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Are you saying we should check that a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference? And
yes.
How would we do that?
How would we do that?
Good idea.
I want to start with...
Because you said you're doing a level test. So how would you test level?
All I wanted to do here today, Bev, was to get you to say out loud for all listeners, your test does not establish that.
My test doesn't establish what?
That horizontal, that water levels, this statement of yours, which I have added some extra words to.
So it's not my statement then, is it? You can't just say it's my statement and that you've added words to. Mm-hmm. That's pretty dishonest.
No, that's not what I meant to say.
That is what you said, though.
This is how you're using it. You don't agree. But you are saying that you used a water level and did not question that what you got from it was a plane.
We used a water level to do a test to realize Euclid. Now,
no.
I hope we are going to come out of this with a test that you think you can do to assign a water level, please.
Whether it created a plane. I'm going to put this on the screen, and I want you to. The idea here is, Afkin keeps saying I'm angry. If you think this is angry, gosh, I don't. I'm not angry. I'm trying to do what's called a steel man. I want to completely understand what you're saying. I don't want to misinterpret.
It's not hard to hear what I'm saying, right? A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
And then you say, I'm putting words here. You tell me, are they correct? We used a water level. In fact, let me get these off the screen here because you don't like those. We used a water level and did not question whether it created a plane. Seems like a pretty easy thing to agree to.
The water level is a tool. It's a level, right?
And have you ever questioned whether that tool was creating a plane?
Levels, no. Never questioned it because that's what they do. They establish horizontal planes of reference.
Okay. So back when we started, right, the first thing we agreed to was critical thinking was that we test our assumptions. We create a test to see whether something is true. And you're saying, no, I'm not gonna.
Who's saying no? It's you.
I believe you are.
No,
I'm hearing you say.
No. I'm saying we did a test realizing Euclid. We used a tool, a water level, that establishes a horizontal plane of reference to do the test. You're saying, nuh-uh. That's you.
No, I'm saying you did not question your original statement that the water level creates a plane.
I'm saying you are questioning it. You.
I am questioning it.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
But you have never.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
No, because I know a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Great. So, hopefully we can come together on this, and we've got a lot of folks from both sides. I wish we didn't have to have sides, but we got a lot of folks from both sides in the chat here. Hope everyone can agree. This water level test, this realizing Euclid test.
You say both sides? Like, what do you mean? The geometry side or the water levels establishing a horizontal plane side? Which sides are we talking about here?
There are two sides to this question. The one side says water levels invariably create horizontal planes. The other side says no, water levels actually conform to a curved shape, right?
Okay.
So there's two sides, and we can all agree that the test you performed was not designed to discern between them. It cannot discern between them.
It only works with the plane, because that's what the test. That's what the test was meant to do. No, because that's not a plane.
It also works exactly the same.
That doesn't have the geometric backing that Euclid does. That's why we did the Euclid test.
Planes. It doesn't have.
Or do you? Sorry, do you have the geometric backing?
Do I have geometric backing? Yes, I have plenty of geometric backing.
For this array?
Yes, plenty.
Okay. So,
but
like where we've got the Euclid test, do you have the opposing one that validifies this, that we can put together with it and then we can check it?
I'm sorry, I don't even understand your question.
Well, I showed you when we did our test, it comes with geometric backing. Vesica Pisces, perpendicular, straight lines, planes.
Yes, it does. Rob Parks, I have now completely lost what the point of the stream is. Let me cycle it back. What is the point of the stream? The point of the stream is to make it clear to all of us that this test you performed produces the exact same result in a planar level, water level. If a water level creates a plane as you proposed, that result is the exact same result as mainstream science teaches us is supposed to happen where water level creates this curve.
You're not trying to say that a horizontal plane is a curve, are you?
I don't believe I said those words.
No. Well, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. And you're saying this is what would happen. So therefore that would make this a horizontal plane, wouldn't it?
What I'm saying is that I have heard two stories. I've heard two stories about the water level. And I'm going to be a skeptic. When I hear two stories, I don't just dig down in my gut and just decide which one I'm going to believe in, right? I want to see a test.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, you agree. So I've heard two stories. One story is that water levels form a plane.
Yeah.
Another story is water levels form a curve.
Wow.
Let me ask you this. Well, before we go on.
Who told you the story about the curve?
Well, before we go to that story about the curve, would you agree, now that you've heard it from me now, you've heard the story from me.
Yeah, but you've never told us where you got that story from. I mean, you could have heard that story from a crazy dude.
I could have just made it up.
Yeah, there you go.
Does it deserve a test, or should we get a little bit more?
I'm hoping you can science it and find it out for yourself, because you're the one that's skeptical, all right? Skeptical of a water level.
You're not skeptical?
I've always used it as establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So
you've never been skeptical of that? Maybe you should be. Maybe now that I proposed this idea, maybe it's something worth a test.
Could you imagine either end not being even elevation or even altitude?
I could imagine, certainly.
Could you? Of a water level?
I can imagine all kinds of things. My imagination is pretty good. How's yours?
rubbish, especially with water levels.
Okay, so
They're both even,
so
right?
I don't know if you're just joking around or you want me to hold you to that you've said you don't have a very good imagination.
I like to realize something, in order to establish it. Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right, so then you asked the other question. So I think, as a skeptic, the way to approach this is when you have two possible things that people are saying, you should ask them, have you ever tested it? Could you test it? Could I test it? That fair?
Well done. Have you ever tested it? No, I'll ask you. Have you ever tested it?
First, I asked you, have you ever tested it?
What, a water level? Yeah.
A water level creates
We've done loads. Yeah.
Water level creates a plane is a claim that you have never tested.
No, it is. And we've definitely tested it. Do you not think we've tested this?
No, I don't think you have. I think I've heard you say on this stream that you have never questioned it.
No, I didn't say you questioned it. It is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. But, I mean, do you imagine, when I said we'd done months of testing, did you imagine that didn't involve testing the water level?
I imagine it did not involve testing the water level for planar alignment. It did not.
Oh.
I have demonstrated that this test you've told us about does not do that.
But in order to make sure it doesn't leak, you surely have to establish that all of the tubes establish a planar surface, right? When you put them all together.
How'd you do that?
When you put them all together, they are all the same.
And from that you inferred that it was planar.
Well, you can separate the water levels, can't you? Once they're together, like that's the thing. You can put the two ends close together, and you can move them far apart. They will always establish a level, even, equal.
But if they don't,
well, do you think one of them will be lower than the other?
If they don't.
What do you mean, if they don't?
If they don't establish a plane, how will you identify that? What would be the discernment? How would I discern?
The water would equalize itself, because that's what water does.
So if all the water levels, the three riser pairs, are at the same level,
yeah,
does that establish that they are planar?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to get to. You are claiming that
a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, yes. Okay.
I think it's really interesting. I want to put something up here. I put Askin. He sort of introduced us. This is bad. I'm feeling kind of sorry for ICST, which would indicate that you're buying this story.
Which one of your stories is he buying?
They're buying your stories. He also thinks I'm angry. Am I coming across as angry to you, Beth?
I don't think so. You look a little bit confused at the minute, but that might be Askin doing that to you.
I think I'm definitely having some confusion, but I don't think I'm angry. So yeah, if anyone else thinks I'm angry, let me know. Okay, Spot On Level says that I'm misrepresenting your test. Bev, am I misrepresenting your test?
With keeping showing that picture on the screen, yeah. That's definitely not our test, right? And you keep showing that on the screen all the time.
In what way is it not your test?
Well, the higher ones are in the middle, and that's not what water levels do.
Okay. And yet you've never heard before that water levels might do something like that, right?
What?
No one's ever said that to you before me.
What, nobody's ever said that water levels have a hump in the middle?
Nobody's ever said that a water level forms a curve. This is the first you've heard of it. Is that correct?
No, loads of people have said it. I've heard people say it's a circle.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So people have said that before.
Yeah,
You're
of course
aware
they
of
have.
this idea.
Loads of people have said that
Okay.
recurves, but no, nothing ever. Just stories, like you keep saying.
Just stories.
Yeah.
And why is it that you think loads of people telling you this does not rise to the level that it should be tested?
You can test it whenever you want. I mean, I'm hoping that you are going to test it for yourself. Yeah, I'm hoping you're going to get your team together and science the shit out of it. It definitely needs it.
It definitely does need it. And you have never done the test.
We've done that test.
The test to establish the planar nature of a water level.
That test there.
You've done this test.
Yes.
And this test does not establish
a plane.
Water levels are planar.
Does it not?
It does not.
Certainly looks like
and
it.
If you're confused by that, I'm going to say maybe we need to go step by step and establish your understanding of the competing hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that isn't the plane one. The next one, proposition 2, is the actual plane, to show that 3 straight lines would all lie within the same plane. But that'd be the second one. This is just the straight line within the plane.
What's the second one?
The second proposition 2.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
In Euclid. In the realizing Euclid, that's a plane. Do you want me to read that one out for you as well? Just so you know what we could be coming up with next.
I want to know. I want you to be very clear. It seems to me that you're unwilling to be clear.
It says, I'll give you the second one.
Very clear. That's why I add these extra words into the sentences, right?
Right, you're adding extra
I'd like
words.
you to do that too, to be very clear so that we cannot misunderstand you.
Okay, so the second test is 2 straight lines which cut one another are in one plane, and 3 straight lines which meet one another are in one plane. So first off, we establish the straight line being in a plane, and then we can go on to the next one where we establish 3 straight lines together.
Okay, so on this test that we have on screen right now, if we are to assume that water levels create a plane, then you've done a great job of realizing Euclid.
Jolly good.
Can we agree to that?
Well, that's what we thought we'd done, yeah.
Great. But that does not say that we have proved water levels create a plane. Right? That would be circular.
What, a plane would be circular?
Step 1. Water levels are always a plane. Okay, right? Have I misrepresented you at all?
A water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Don't add the extra, don't act the weasel.
You just told me to keep adding the extra words to make it more clarity. You can't sort of tell me to take them away.
If they're clarifying, add them. If they're de-clarifying, don't add them. Right? I said the water levels created a plane.
Yeah.
Okay. If on the assumption that the water levels created a plane,
a horizontal plane.
A horizontal plane. Very good. See, that's a clarifier. That's good. So we have here 2 water levels and therefore 2 horizontal planes.
Yes.
Predicated on statement 1, which was that the water levels created horizontal planes.
Yeah.
If 1 is not true, 2 is no good.
Okay.
Fair?
Jolly good.
Okay. 3, they overlap.
Yeah, there is a shared straight line segment in the center.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. There's a shared straight line segment between them.
Yep. As designed, that's the test.
Okay. So then the question is, if those 3 shared segments are at the same height, they also form a plane. Is that correct?
What if the same height? What do you mean?
You tell me. How? Give me to the conclusion now. You've got if water level created a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
And I have two of them that overlap. And I see that the level's the same on all three of the overlapping region.
Yeah.
Then what?
Then you've got a shared straight line segment, so that shows that you can extend the straight line in a straight line, and all of the parts of that lie within the same plane.
Agreed. And that statement now is predicated on number one. Number one was what?
You said that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Okay,
so if number one is false, you have done what?
I don't know. So is that what we're trying to get at here? The fact that you don't believe a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
I don't believe. I believe there are tools. I believe there are proper uses for tools, and that you are deliberately phrasing it that way to make it sound like your position is reasonable when it is clearly not.
It's an unreasonable position to do a realizing Euclid test. Really?
No, I believe I'm talking about when you said a tool, a horizontal reference, your line. Say your line again. You mean you got it memorized? Give it to me.
Did you say I'm lying?
What I'm saying is that you are taking the statement that a plane is a tool for establishing a horizontal reference, and you are extrapolating from that to say that there is no way this water level is not planar.
I'm just saying that a water level is part of the level family. Therefore, it is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
And does that mean it is perfect at that?
It's over large distances. Yes, it is the most accurate level.
Okay,
yes.
And that I disagree with.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that your I don't know that it does, is what I'm saying. Because
you just disagreed with me for no reason then.
Being skeptical is a good thing, and just accepting what somebody on the internet told me as fact is very foolish.
Right. Do you think that's what we've done? Or do you think we've been going at this for a few years now, talking to hundreds of people about this?
I think what you've done is you did talk to hundreds of people about it, and I'm not the first person to tell you this. Would you confirm that that is true?
To tell me what? What is it you're telling me?
Multiple things. The base of our difference is whether or not we should accept without question that water levels create a horizontal plane.
I think you should test this for yourself, to be honest.
And I think you have never tested this for yourself. I have actually tested it.
You have actually tested a water level?
Absolutely, I have. Yes.
Jolly good.
Yes, many, many people have done so. And I'm curious whether you have done so.
Tested a water level. Yeah, I've got a 400-meter water level right in front of me, right here.
And how would you propose to test how planar it is?
I've got a 100-meter water level out there as well.
Okay, yeah. How would you propose to test the planar nature of its results?
Well, we did for a laugh, we went out there with an auto level and we stretched the 100 meter water level out and we lifted the water level to the crosshairs on one side. And then we turned the auto level round, and surprisingly enough, it matched the water level on the other side as well.
Did it really?
And then we went and moved the water level, like at the auto level, like you do, shifted it beyond it, and then sighted both of them. And guess what? They were level too.
Okay, so you used an auto level to point at another auto level?
No, the water level.
You pointed an auto level at a water level.
Yeah.
How far away?
Ooh. Well, we did it from the middle, 50 meters either side. Then
50
we moved,
meters.
Well, it's a 100 meter water level. So you can put the auto level in the middle. Did you do anything like this? How big was your auto level when you did
a
tested
couple
it?
miles.
Couple of miles.
Yeah.
Well. How far did you go with your
standing body of
auto
water.
level? Or with your...
I used the standing body of water. They're pre-made.
You used the standing body of water. Okay.
Yeah. 50 meters. So,
Yeah.
did you check how much you were looking for and what your error was on your test?
It was bang on.
Bang on.
Yeah.
To what tolerance?
To what time? The auto level. To the millimeter.
To the millimeter.
Yeah.
Okay. And to be conformant to what the mainstream science says, how many millimeters were we looking for?
What, for level?
Yeah.
It's horizontal. I mean, like, what are you talking about? I mean, millimeters for what?
Okay. Yeah.
What were you looking for?
Well, I was looking over, a much larger distance, and I was looking for substantially larger amounts of drop than that.
Drop of what?
Yeah. So,
what was dropping?
What was dropping?
Yeah.
When you look through, I'm looking for the other point of the water level to be lower in the glass, lower in the sight.
Like a vertical distance down below in the crosshairs of the auto level.
In the crosshairs. It's the object appears not in the center crosshair, but below the center crosshair by a substantial difference.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that would be a measured vertical drop then?
Well, you could call it that, I think.
Nice. So that would be you then establishing that the water level isn't horizontal then, right?
Well, if that's what I saw.
I mean, is that what you saw? You're telling the story.
I don't want to say what I saw. What I want.
You don't want to say what you saw.
Encourage people to go out and do this themselves.
Nice. Yeah, me too.
And to ask,
let's science the shit out of this.
I'd like to ask you, why haven't you done that?
Why haven't I done what? I've just told you I've definitely done it. We've been out there with water levels and auto levels. Yes, we've definitely done it.
Askin is a big fan of yours, I think. And I was talking to him about this, and he said that we all know that it drops with distance. Askin, can you confirm that we all know that it's going to drop?
What's going to drop?
If I look across a lake, long distance, if I look across Bedford Level, 6 miles or whatever it is, I'm going to see drop.
Nah.
Does I don't know. Let's hear in the chat. How many people in the chat think there will be drop, and how many people think there will not be drop? I mean, what do you guys think?
Consensus? Are we doing? We're doing a consensus?
I'm just saying. What do people think? Well, it doesn't prove anything. I'm just trying to get an understanding, because we heard Bev say it's not going to drop, and he's tested it over 50 meters.
I did, like you asked me how I did it, right? 50 meters in the middle, then we moved the auto level to the side, sighted it close at 100 meters away, and then we moved it 50 meters beyond, and then we went 100 meters beyond.
Are there any people who believe water level is horizontal, but that there's still drop? Is that a thing we should ask? Anyone willing to go on record and say water levels are horizontal, but there's still drop?
What, horizontal drops? You sure?
No one's taken that. I don't know. Maybe asking.
I don't think horizontals
want to go on the record.
Horizontals don't drop.
But okay, so if we're clear,
no slope to a horizontal.
If we're clear, Bev, it seems like we've got a way to test it now, right? We got a way to test. If you look through a long distance and you see that the level of, according to set by some water, is visibly all at the same height in your auto level.
You sure that's you sciencing it properly?
Well, have you ever heard of Alfred Wallace?
Have I ever heard of him?
I'm not the first person to think this up.
Absolutely. That's Alfred Wallace on the bridge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it.
Okay, and what did you see?
We saw the bridge and the sluice gates at the other end. And we saw the water all the way along it.
Shout out to Alfred Wallace. And what about the middle section? What did you see with that?
What do you mean the middle section? It was sort of in the middle of the entire stretch.
Wallace's test, as I recall, was to put 3 posts into the...
yeah, we just did the camera thing.
You didn't do the post?
Well, I mean, I could have drawn a picture. We were there, right? Just to do our yearly pilgrimage to the home of the level. And
that's cool.
Yeah. And Rumpus is doing the flagpoles and all of that. So we thought we'd just wait until Rumpus does that.
Okay. Well, Rumpus, get off your rumpus and get out there and do it, dude.
I don't think he's going to do it.
Can you... I mean, when he sets it up, you're going to go out and see, right? You're going to go look.
Yeah, too right. My son sat in the dinghy at Bedford level, 8 inches above. We did the Rowbotham one that nobody's ever done. I don't think anybody ever even heard of it.
People do that one all the time.
One. Which one?
I've seen that one.
8 inches?
I've seen it done. Yeah. I mean, maybe it was your group, though.
At Bedford?
I don't know if I would have recognized you. But I've seen people doing it down at Bedford. Yeah, sure.
Have you ever seen the footage?
No, they didn't share footage.
No. Well, we've got footage for that. We've got the footage for the 8 inches.
Okay.
And we've also got the footage for the Wallace one. He was on the bridge.
Wallace did different. He went up a little higher.
He was on the bridge,
and he put a post in the middle.
I don't think that putting a post in the middle would be... I don't think it would make any difference, to be honest.
Why is that?
Because you can see the water all the way.
Okay, so the post in the middle would not show the supposed hump, but
it wouldn't put. Yeah, there isn't a hump in the middle. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
but that's what Alfred claimed to show, right?
Yeah, I think Sean's talking about you there.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I know. He gets really bad, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You get him flack from Scorkins.
I dig that. Okay, so what I have said here, and I think we've all heard it now, is that you can test whether there's visible drop or not. Do we have an agreement? It can be tested.
Visible drop of a water level.
Of a water, yeah, like Bedford level.
Yeah, but it's a water level. It doesn't slope, right? You can't put a slope to level.
You can't just say it. You have to test it.
Could you test putting a slope to a water level? Yeah, you could do that small scale. See, just try it. See if you can.
Well, we need a test sensitive enough to detect the amount that's proposed.
Yeah, you just use a water level and try and drop one end of it and see what happens. See if you can put a slope to it.
I don't think that's what we're saying, is it? We're saying that you want a test that shows whether or not the 3 points along the canal line up in a straight line.
See, the only reason we put those 2 points in there in the middle is so we could show a shared straight line segment. Yeah, I know. I told you he wasn't frustrated with me. It's you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because you're not calling me a coward and doing all of that stuff that he likes doing.
You know? Tell me what you want, what I can say there, Sean, whatever. I got distracted there, Bev. That's my bad. Shout out to the Game of Thrones shirt. Yeah. But okay, so I think we've got a test. Well, I think we got a test. You put 3 posts, reasonable distance above a level body of water. You sight down them, and that's what Alfred Wallace did. And would that or would that not show the levelness?
A water level would show the level.
No, that's your circular again. You said water levels are level. So if I want to question, is it level? You say use a water level. What?
No, I'd say if you want something level, you use a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. And those tools are called levels. They're definitely the best tool for checking if something is level.
But they
don't use a camera.
A horizontal plane. They do not. It needs to be tested.
Well, what?
It's just a claim. You're just making a claim.
What if they don't establish a horizontal plane? What do?
They establish a water level.
Is that different than an auto level?
A water level is a different tool from an auto level.
A different tool than a spirit level.
Yeah, they're well, a spirit level's probably got water in it, but yeah, they're approximately, they're very similar tools.
Spirit.